Government Notice number 651 of 2025. Constitution of Botswana. Appointment of Session of Parliament. Proclamation by His Excellency Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. Whereas it is provided by Section 90, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Botswana, that each session of Parliament shall be held at such place within Botswana and shall commence at such time as the President may appoint. And whereas it is appropriate time to appoint a session of Parliament. Now therefore, in exercise of the powers conferred upon me by the said Section 90, subsection 1 of the Constitution, I, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, the President of the Republic of Botswana, hereby declare, proclaim, and make known that a session of Parliament shall be held at Parliament House, Gaborone, commencing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 10th November 2025. Given under my hand and the public seal at Gaborone this 20th day of October 2025. Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, President, Custodian of Public Seal.
Ararapeleng. Modimo mothata yothe wena o leng esi moabi wa bothale le kitso. Rona bathanka ba gago ba re kopaneng hano ka ntha ya leina la gago. Re ne le gompieno bothale ja gago ja se le godimo go re kaela mo ditherisanong tsotlhe tsa rona. O bo re neele gape poiho ya leina la gago le go kgaphela go thoko dikgatego tsotlhe tsa rona gore merero le dikgakololo tsa rona di se kgalalelong ya leina la gago. Tshiamo, kagiso le thitibalo mo hatsheng leno la rona go isa popaganong ya setšhaba sa rona ka ntha ya leina la ga Jesu Kriste morena le mmoloki wa rona. Amen.
Amen. Pray be seated. Order, order. Good afternoon, honorable members. Oh, Halid Dumel. Hey, welcome to the first meeting of the second session of the 13th Parliament. A special welcome to all our invited guests. Let me, in a special way, recognize the Chief Justice of the Republic of Botswana, His Lordship, Hao Palelo Ketlogetse, Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Maetshote Bogotau, former President of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Festus Gontebanye Mogae, former Vice President, Mr. Slamba Tsohwane. I recognize their spouses if they are here. Mongame Khosi Malope wa Bobedi, Chairperson of Ntlwadi Khosi, former Speaker of the National Assembly, Pandu Tombola Chahas Kelemani, the Right Honorable, Mbizi, le members Kelemani. Let me also in a special way recognize members of the Diplomatic Corps and heads of diplomatic international organizations. Let me also recognize the clergy, Baruti, no Muruti Mohukhane Uteng le Sharon Mohukhane. There is also the emissary of His Grace the Bishop of the St. Agnes Zion Christian Church, the representative of the Bishop, His Grace Joseph Enyanas Lekhanyan, and I get Makudu Pit Lekhanyan, and the delegation from South Africa. Honourable members, I'm pleased to inform you that the President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, MP, SC, President of the Republic of Botswana, will address this assembly later in the afternoon today at 14:40 hours, that is 20 to 3. So, honorable members, let me, before I suspend the proceedings, apologize for the malfunctioning of the aircon. I think they're attending to the aircon. We also have a backup plan of the mobile ones. So, but I think the aircon will kick in. And you can imagine, honorable members, at this point, I shall invoke Standing Order 26.2 to suspend the proceedings until 14:40 hours. We adjourn. Please be seated. Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, as you are aware, Standing Order 18.2 provides that the President may address the Assembly from the State Chair at any time. I have since allowed the President to address the nation from the podium that you can see here, on the premise that it is to be understood that he is on the State Chair. I'm happy to present to you the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko. Mr. President, you may deliver the State of the Nation address.
I don't know whether it's me or the Speaker who should request you to be seated, but please be seated. Thank you very much. Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Ditapelo Kyo Rapids. Vice President Ndaba Nkosinati Khaolati. Chief Justice of the Republic, former presidents, former vice presidents, cabinet ministers, president of the Court of Appeal, deputy speaker, assistant ministers, leader of the opposition, members of parliament, ambassadors and high commissioners, chairman of Nduari Khosi, Permanent Secretary to the President, Attorney General, Judge President of the Industrial Court, judges of the Court of Appeal, judges of the High Court, and judges of the Industrial Court, the Ombudsman, heads of international organizations, President of the Customary Court of Appeal, Commander of the Botswana Defense Force, Commissioner of Police, Commissioner of Prisons, all permanent secretaries, the Governor of Bank of Botswana, mayors and council chairpersons, councillors, district commissioners, bishops, religious leaders, the clergy, fellow citizens. I greet and recognize each and every one of you. We meet here today. Esteemed Speaker, Botswana beso esteemed residents of this republic, friends of Botswana, greetings to you all. May I request that we start by rising for a moment of silence in honor and remembrance of all those who have departed since our last sitting. Fellow members of this House from the previous Parliament, citizens and residents, public servants, including erstwhile Member of Parliament for Kalagadi South, Dr. Micas Chimbombi, whose services and sacrifices have strengthened our nation. Moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. May God Almighty grant their souls eternal peace and continue to protect and comfort their families and loved ones. We must express our deepest gratitude to Him who blesses us. In the words of Roman scholar Marcus Tullius Cicero, gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. As such, we thank God Almighty for His grace and blessings. In the darkest times, it is His light that guides us, and on the brightest of days, it is Him who makes it so. I wish to point out that government has made some improvements to the way you will receive the State of the Nation address. Notably, copies of the SONA, the speech that I'm about to deliver, will be shared. There's also a more graphically engaging and detailed version that will be shared digitally to enable richer discourse among society. This is our way of enhancing availability of information and our increased accountability to the nation. The second session of the 13th Parliament commences today. We gather here as triumphant champions, makers of history, led by heroes and heroines who carried us to heights never seen before. We are a generation of many firsts. The first government led by the Umbrella for Democratic Change, UDC. The first African country to win in the 4x400 meters relay at the World Athletics Championships. We have Botswana's first men's 400 meters world champion. We have our first Olympic gold medalist. Today, we celebrate what it truly means to be a Motswana. I stand before you at a pivotal moment, which marks another first in this country's history. For the first year of the UDC leadership has come to an end. The gloss and charm of novelty is now behind us. This was an interesting year where the shadow of economic challenges tested our resolve, not just the government's resolve, but that of the people of this country. With our hope tested by economic pressures, our resolve crystallized and became stronger. We know where we came from. We know why we needed change. And we know where we are going. Though we intend to arrive faster at our destination, we can only walk this journey one step at a time. This journey of 1,000 miles. In our words and our work, we honor the power of intention to build, to heal, to challenge, to uplift deliberately, purposefully, and together. Hence my selected theme for this year's State of the Nation address, the steady path, delivering on our promise one step at a time. This is a philosophy of governance that recognizes the depth of our challenges while affirming our unwavering commitment to overcoming them. It encapsulates a profound thinking captured by the English playwright John Haywood, that Rome was not built in a day, but they were laying bricks every hour. Hour by hour, we lay brick by interlocking brick. To the untrained eye, it looks like an untidy landscape of bricks strewn all over the place. But with time and patience, it will begin to take shape. You will soon see the skeleton of the Colosseum, the concept of the Roman Forum, the inklings of the Pantheon, and a hint of the Trevi Fountain. Slowly, meticulously, Rome is taking shape. Today I lay before you the methodology behind the vision. I give you insight into the master plan. I detail the bricks already in place and the ones we are yet to lay. Our economy, long sustained by wealth generated from mining, especially of diamonds, now faces the sobering reality of global market shifts. Our fiscus is under tremendous strain, bearing the weight of unprecedented global macroeconomic challenges. The goose that lays the golden egg is in critical condition. The UDC government entered office with strained fiscus, depleted coffers, employees owed, contractors owed, farmers owed, a debt of hope to the people and resentment by its rivals. The resentful pray and hope for the UDC to fail, and as such pray for the country to fail. But we will not fail. This country will not fail. The doomsayers wrote us off in the lead up to the 2024 elections. The prolific punditry of doubters and naysayers assailed us all. Analysts and prophets of all colors and hues foretold our spectacular failure at the polls. We were dismissed with such casual certainty and contempt. We stood no chance. The entire press corps of this country was aroused, mobilized, and weaponized against the UDC. They predicted, they analyzed, rendered opinions dressed up as fact. They spoke with such authority and confidence. Acres of newspaper space and extended amounts of airplay were devoted to spreading chronically prejudiced views of our adversaries and detractors. On the 30th of October 2024, the people spoke. On that day, all the predictions and prophecies of our detractors evaporated. It became a day of dissolving certainties. On that day, we experienced the most beautiful symphony of comeuppance ever served. History had been made, and the clock of time continues to chime. I stand here today bearing the weight of history. I remind us all of 2024, of our struggles and our strivings, as a way of saluting and humbly acknowledging the supreme sacrifices made by our activists and our people. I stand in absolute awe of the resilience and fortitude of the people of this country. I remind those who cursed and dismissed us that their negative fetishes and fantasies did not happen then. They will not happen now, and they will not happen ever. I say this not to mock. I say it because it is the truth served raw. I want us all to know and always remember that the UDC is an indelible portrait of courage and defiance in the face of denial, denigration, and belittlement. Our central and guiding concern is and always has been to transform the lives and livelihoods of the people of this country. From our conjunctural analysis, we knew we had to address this concern. To achieve this objective under conditions of uncertainty, with diminished resources, and facing a vicious pushback, even from those yet to recover from the trauma of their failed predictions and prophecies. Undeterred, we made bold promises and solemn undertakings to our people. We promised to cut electricity and water tariffs by 30% and make them affordable to every household. We have delivered the 30% reduction in water tariffs and extended a 50% amnesty on outstanding bills for all households. This means that the UDC government forewent monies owed to the government by the people of Botswana so that the people have less financial burden, meaning the government took some of the people's burdens on its shoulders, despite having an ailing fiscus. We promised to increase old age pension from the then 830 pula to 1,800 pula per month. We delivered in the first year, and despite these economic hardships, a 68% increase from 830 pula to 1,400. This means that the UDC government, in the face of an ailing fiscus, increased its social spending on a vulnerable and marginalized group of elderly individuals to make their burdens that much lighter. We promised to increase the living allowance for tertiary students to 2,500 pula. We have, during this economic hardship, delivered in the first year for the hardest hit segment of the student community a very significant increase on the technical vocational education and training TVET allowance from 300 pula to 1,900 pula. What do those who resent change publish? They say the UDC government has outspent previous government's annual expenditure. They omit to tell you that the increase is caused by giving money directly to the people of this country that need it most, with a 68% increase to old age pensions and a 533% increase to TVET allowances. Mind you, we intend to spend more on our people who have more needs that necessitate the spending. The flashy headlines neglect to mention the people actually benefiting from the increased expenditure. When we give 300 pula allowance to nursing mothers, as we surely will, our expenditure will increase. When we attain the old age pension of 1,800 pula, expenditure will increase. When, not if, when we pay students their 2,500 pula allowance, expenditure will increase. When we begin hiring for our 24-hour public service economy, expenditure will increase. We have no qualms of conscience, absolutely, about increasing expenditure for the improved welfare of our people. We promised to deliver a proper constitutional review In the first year, we've delivered visible progress. The government has gazetted the Constitutional Amendment Bill, which seeks to establish a constitutional court. The bill is ready for debate in the current session of Parliament. This will pave way for a nationwide referendum on the review of the Constitution. Consultations are expected to commence in 2026. We follow the model set by South Africa, whereby the establishment of a constitutional court preceded the constitutional review, so that thereafter there's a forum specially designated to test the rigors and contours of the new constitution before ratifying it into law. We reaffirm our abiding fidelity to the promise of a comprehensive constitutional review. We promised to deliver a sovereign wealth fund that will accelerate Botswana's strategic investments across the globe, ensuring wealth not just for future generations, but even for current generations. We have delivered on this promise, and the Sovereign Wealth Fund has commenced work. We promised to pay a living wage of 4,000 pula. Not only has the private sector continued to overwhelmingly embrace this development, we too, as government, have reached a historic milestone wherein an agreement was reached between government and 7 public sector unions to pay this living wage effective July 2025. When we were faced with a situation of critical shortage of medicine, your government, and through the efforts of friendly nations and international partners, came to swift action. We managed to purchase and obtain donations of medicines worth over 500 million pula, and still counting. Under pressure of an acute shortage, we could not fully exact the levels of saving we otherwise would have if we were procuring under more hospitable circumstances. The systemic challenges of the current value chain of providing medicines have been entrenched for decades, and we are dealing with them boldly to uproot their inefficiencies as quickly as possible. These accomplishments are just the beginning, and we can and we will continue to do more as we move into the next year. However, in the face of real economic challenges, the challenges that our country faces, these accomplishments must not be downplayed. Let us continue to be a nation that possesses the grace of gratitude for what we have achieved under these circumstances, without losing hope for better achievements. We've also made good strides in non-financial objectives that we set in the last State of the Nation address. We've begun rebuilding the nation's trust in its institutions. We've made key appointments to a number of ministries and statutory entities. We have made meritocratic appointments to the judiciary. We've made appointments to the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. We've welcomed a new commander of the Botswana Defence Force. We've made appointments at the Attorney General's chambers. We've made board appointments to parastatals that have begun turning their entities around. We've employed public servants in various positions throughout different ministries whose impact is felt daily. We will continue to make the right appointments. This government does not discriminate. We promised to deliver dignity to all persons in this country, and we began by burying a man in his ancestral home as one of this government's first acts in leadership. We have upheld freedom of speech and expression and given Botswana their voice back. And we saw, flowing from that, enraged, sometimes frustrated members of the population take to the streets in exercise of their freedom on several occasions without any fear of police brutality. Most recently, we introduced different languages to national news broadcast. This is your Botswana. You are safe here. You are part of this country's story. When the resentful accuse the UDC government of trampling people's rights, remind them that for the first time in a long time, the rights we are enjoying in this country are not words on a fading parchment, but are tangible and real. They flow from that grand power of attorney, the Constitution of this republic. There is no looking back on this journey that we've started together. We march forward. We aren't tripping, but we may stumble sometimes. Botswana, your elected representatives spent a better part of the past few months traversing the breadth and dimensions of our country, listening to your ideas on how to take Botswana forward. Based on your valuable ideas and insights, we refined our roadmap as government to building, step by step, the Botswana we all envision, that of a nation of shared prosperity, of dignity, and of sustainable growth that leaves no one behind. We have begun shifting Botswana's public service and political culture towards promoting greater accountability, launching with intent comprehensive economic diversification programs, renegotiating our position in the global diamond market, and responding decisively to the acute crisis, particularly in our healthcare and education system. The UDC manifesto is a social contract upon which Botswana based their decision to appoint the UDC to lead and usher them into a new Botswana of infinite possibilities. Everything that we do, therefore, including especially the National Development Plan and indeed the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, BETP, all draw inspiration directly from and are anchored on this social compact. As such, my address to you today aligns with the pillars of this sacred national social contract. The first pillar, building a deep economy that offers each citizen opportunities for a happy and fulfilled life. Botswana has experienced challenges before, and each time we've emerged stronger, wiser, and more united. As the great Nelson Mandela reminded us, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Botswana have always risen, and I declare to you, with full conviction and fortified hope, Botswana is rising again to heights she has never reached before. The steady path we traverse as we navigate our economic challenges, though urgent, is not one of hasty shortcuts. It is a path of hard work and tangible progress aimed at diversifying the economy for resilience and laying the foundation for sustained growth anchored on good governance, security, and institutional performance that will endure for generations. In order to address these challenges, the government engaged in a rigorous process to develop the 12th National Development Plan, NDP 12. NDP 12 emphasizes inclusive growth built through a private sector-led economy. It buttresses ambitions that refocus the development process to drive towards our true north, a definition of our core principles and enduring ideals of our government for a high-income Botswana that is digitally enabled, export-driven, and economically diversified, where every citizen is employed, empowered, and fulfilled. A key driver of NDP 12 emphasizes economic diversification, job creation, and sustainable growth. And this is the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, BETP. BETP will accelerate Botswana's transition into a high-income economy with per capita income of 200,000 pula by 2036. The program will reduce Botswana's reliance on diamonds, diversify exports, and create quality jobs for Botswana through inclusive, competitive, and sustainable growth. BETP sets 3 objectives. Number 1, achieving high-income status by 2036. Number 2, generating large-scale quality jobs. And number 3, diversifying into new industries and value chains. The 4-week economic and social labs process united government, civil society, the private sector, academia, experts, and development partners to design investment-ready projects and remove key bottlenecks. From the voices we heard in the villages and cities, from the hopes etched in every household, we shaped and developed a plan and a strategy, not just for recovery, but for restoration and renewal. The priorities we now pursue: economic diversification, accountable governance, human capital investment, and sustainable innovation, are designed to meet the moment and uplift every Botswana. These are not distant ideals, but practical commitments to create jobs where they are needed most, to restore dignity through health and housing, to empower youth with skills and opportunities, and to ensure that our economy grows not just in numbers, but in impact. This is how we walk the steady path, by turning national plans into personal progress and policy into lived realities. Agriculture has been identified as a sector that lays out economic transformation with the greatest prospects, immediate and long-term, for sustainable creation of jobs. This sector remains the mainstay of our rural economy and an imperative for national food security. To ensure the attainment of food security, rural development, and agro-processing opportunities, we need to raise agriculture's contribution to the GDP from the present levels of 2% to at least 6% in the immediate term. The sector is already undergoing a bold transformation aimed at boosting productivity, creating jobs, strengthening food security. Central to this vision is a renewed focus on livestock production, aimed at increasing the national herd from an estimated present level of 1.7 million to 5 million by 2030. Livestock contributes a larger portion of Botswana's agricultural GDP, anchoring rural livelihoods. Yet the sector faces mounting challenges of disease outbreaks, recurring droughts, poor land and resource management, and production inefficiencies such as low calving rates, high mortality rates, and lack of business development, which have eroded productivity and degraded the agricultural value chain. The national cattle herd has declined from 3 million in the 1970s to an estimated 1.7 million, with offtake rates languishing at 6% against a recommended 15%. In response to this decline, government launched in August 2025 a program aimed at boosting beef sector productivity through extension support. Services advanced by this program include animal health inspections, reproductive diagnostics, artificial insemination, and farmer training in sustainable livestock management. Furthermore, government, through partnership with the Green Climate Fund, is implementing a rangeland restoration project that is envisaged to improve rangeland resilience and sustainability. This project was launched in May 2025 in Tsabo. Government will also target communal farmers as part of achieving the 5 million herd target through restoring rangelands and improving profitability and access to premium markets. I am delighted to announce that the turnaround strategy for the Botswana Meat Commission now shows signs of improvement. BMC has improved payment turnaround times. It has improved payment turnaround times from months to 7 days. In Ngamiland, the government has recently launched the direct cattle procurement scheme, where farmers are paid instantly. This scheme will greatly benefit the Ngamiland farmers who, for the longest time, have not had market access. From ground zero, literally, no access to where we presently are. And we move forward with every confident stride, our gaze fixed on the future. On milk production, we've developed a focused strategy for the dairy sector through Milk Valley, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Botswana Development Corporation. For several years, progress was stalled due to the prevalence of foot and mouth disease in neighboring countries, which prevented the importation of biological assets, cattle. Currently, our local production capacity for milk and related products stands at 13%, and we are targeting an increase to over 60% by next year, from 13% to 60%. Those are huge orders of magnitude to which we've committed ourselves, targets. Recently, government completed a mission to Brazil to secure the importation of at least 1,000 Girolando cattle to kickstart this expansion. Milk Valley has secondary and tertiary capabilities. Missing in the value chain, the primary capabilities, and this is what we are addressing. We are finalizing the requisite import protocols and negotiating technical partnership agreements with sellers to ensure the successful commencement of the project. These partnerships will support us over the next 2 years by facilitating skills transfer to Botswana who will be directly employed on the project. Recognizing that feed availability is essential for successful dairy operations, we are finalizing outgrower program guidelines to engage contract farmers around the Lobatse region in support of this project. Additionally, we are identifying other regions across the country for potential expansion once a business model is firmly established. The 2024-25 season saw a 34.2% increase in planted area compared to the previous season, yielding an estimated 144,000 tons in production, a massive improvement when compared to only 39,795 tons in the 2023-24 season. This is well within our manifesto objective of tripling food production yield and output. Another success and milestone delivered. Drought, pest infestation, floods and bushfires account for annual production losses of up to 5,000 tons per plowing season, which is why Botswana is shifting towards climate-resilient farming. Accrued horticulture production rose to 88,670 tons from 2,400 hectares, yielding an impressive 77,398 tons of vegetables and 11,272 tons of fruits. Again, evidence of great progress. This output meets 80% of Botswana's national vegetable demand and 29% of its fruit demand. Recognizing the importance of commercial scale farming, which would help us achieve the goal of national food security, we, together with a group of investors, arranged for 16 farmers from across the country to visit Bangladesh from the 25th to the 30th of July 2025. The team was led by representatives from the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture, let's say Horticulture Market, National Agricultural Research and Development Institute, NARDI, and Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Buan. The farmers, on the other hand, included members of fodder producers, fish farmers, and the Botswana National Beef Producers Union, among others. These anchor farmers are now being facilitated to start and operate farms that will act as a point of reference for other farmers. To diversify the economy through agriculture, government is leading a policy shift which will enable licit cultivation and use of industrial hemp and medicinal cannabis. To begin this program on a sound footing, Hemp Innovations, a global corporate entity with experience in the field, recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of Botswana to work alongside Buan and NARDI to explore and pilot hemp production. These partnerships will enable research and development for cultivation and processing of industrial hemp and medicinal cannabis. The project will be implemented in phases, starting with trials at Buan, and it will build up to Botswana farmers with interest in industrial hemp and medicinal cannabis. While the entire legal framework and associated regulations are being finalized, the Cannabis Act and illicit traffic in narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances Act have been passed into law to facilitate investment in the hemp industry. Pilot cultivation will commence in December 2025. And it will commence in December 2025 under strict oversight by the relevant authorities in line with applicable laws and regulations. On mining, earlier this year, the government of the Republic of Botswana and DBS Group announced the signature of our new agreements, which represent a shared commitment to long-term national prosperity, youth empowerment, and sustainable economic diversification. Under the new agreements, Okavango Diamond Company, ODC, accesses an increased portion of Botswana diamonds starting at 30%, increasing to 40%, and ultimately to 50% over the period of the new agreements. The ODC has announced that it is ready to undertake contract sales as an important step to diversify its sales model to handle larger volumes of diamonds. The extension of the Botswana mining licenses to 2024 will enable Botswana to deliver long-term value from its existing mining assets as well as mine life extension projects. Another key feature of our new agreements is the increased focus on marketing natural diamonds to preserve the long-term value of our diamond assets, a priority that becomes even more critical during periods of market pressure. Government is now partnering with DBS to develop, fund, and execute strategic marketing initiatives globally to enhance natural diamond desirability and demand. One such initiative is Desert Diamonds, recently launched in the United States through a nationwide campaign and partnership with key retailers ahead of the crucial end-of-year selling season. Further reinforcing this commitment to promote natural diamonds, Botswana became a founding signatory of the Luanda Accord in June 2025, marking a landmark pledge by diamond-producing nations and industry leaders to collaborate through the Natural Diamond Council to boost global consumer demand for natural diamonds. Since signing, Botswana has actively engaged with fellow diamond-producing governments to build support and momentum for this shared vision. While this administration is pushing for diversification of the mining sector, diamonds will continue to be a main contributor of economic growth and transformation for our country. It is in this regard that concrete steps are underway towards the acquisition of Anglo-Americans' shares in DBS. Government will leverage a majority stake. I must state this and state it emphatically and unapologetically. Government will leverage a majority stake to align the industry with Botswana's national development goal of economic diversification through beneficiation. As part of Botswana's beneficiation strategy, approximately 1.4 billion will be invested to finance the construction of a plant for the production of critical mining chemicals essential to the battery sector, the mineral sector. The plant, which is to be Southern Africa's first integrated facility, will be developed in Phalape, with access to a railway line connecting Suwa town, where soda ash as the biggest input will be sourced. So if Maung was similarly circumstanced, leader of opposition, there's no doubt it would be coming there. And we will move onwards to regional markets. Our mining sector is evolving rapidly, with new strategic minerals entering the fold alongside diamonds. The Letlhakane uranium project, operated by Lotus Resources, is undergoing a major infill drilling campaign to refine its resource and support a 6.2 billion Pula mine plan, targeting 3 million pounds of uranium annually. Uranium. In Kanye, Giani Metals is developing the Cahill battery-grade manganese project, having secured a mining license and a special economic zone investor license. The project aims to supply high-quality manganese for electric vehicle batteries, aligning Botswana with global clean energy supply chains. Iron ore is also becoming an important resource in the diversification mix, with projects like the Ngamiland iron ore project set to boost Botswana's steel industry. Learned friend, Mr. Kaping. These developments signal a broader shift toward industrial minerals, green steel and value-added beneficiation. Together, uranium, manganese, and iron ore form an emerging triad of opportunity in Botswana's mining renaissance. Botswana is endowed with a diverse range of mineral resources suitable for small-scale mining, SSM, including gold, copper, industrial minerals, and graphite. Globally, small-scale mining plays a critical role in livelihoods, supporting over 45 million individuals directly. To address existing policy and operational gaps, the Botswana Geoscience Institute is developing a comprehensive and progressive, pragmatic small-scale mining framework for Botswana. Its overall aim is to facilitate citizen economic empowerment through viable and environmentally sustainable SSM, small-scale mining. Energy is still an area where more investment is required. The current national demand stands at 700 megawatts. Peak demand, so the 700 megawatt is peak demand. And we have 450 megawatt nominal demand. About 65 to 70% of the national demand is met through local generation, and the deficit of 35% through imports. And you know at what cost. In order to ensure vibrant security supply and attain capacity for export, government has embarked on increasing local generation through renewable and thermal power. In terms of renewable energy, government is currently developing a total of 900 megawatts of solar PV, photovoltaic power generation in Mau, in Lethakan, Isang, while 600 megawatts of thermal is being developed at Mamabula. These projects are expected to clear the energy deficit and serve the export market. It is expected that by December 2025, more than 100 megawatts of solar photovoltaic will be streamed into the grid, while the 600 megawatt thermal is targeted for December 2027. The ongoing remediation of Morupule B, a 600 megawatt plant, has also started bearing fruits, with 3 units already running, while the other unit is to be completed by December 2025. This will bring local generation of thermal to 720 megawatt, inclusive of Morupule A, which gives 120 megawatts. Government is also working to improve the transmission capacity to, amongst others, enable export of power to the region. The Northwest Transmission Grid Phase 2 project is intended to improve transmission to the northwestern part of the country and also to provide for export of power to the north. Botswana bethu, our country is positioning itself to partake in the growing global market for renewable energy certificates. In July 2025, we formally tendered our application to the iTrack Foundation to become an authorized issuer of international renewable energy certificates, IRECs. Once approved, this will open a new revenue stream for project developers and corporate buyers seeking to meet carbon neutrality commitments. In order to ensure that security of petroleum products supply is, in order to ensure all these, security of petroleum product supplies is essential. It is essential to sustaining economic growth, national stability. And so Botswana Oil, through government funding, is advancing major storage projects to increase the security, which currently stands at 15 days of cover to 90 days. So our strategic stocks stand, as I stand here, at 15 days of cover. We must raise it, as we are presently in the process of doing, in the shortest period to 90 days of cover. The expansion of the Francistown Petroleum Depot from 38 million litres capacity to 98 million, from 38 to 98 million litres is 88% complete, while the Ghanzi Depot is at 55% completion and will be commissioned in April. These two will be commissioned in April and August 2026, respectively. Investment attraction. government is undertaking reforms to unlock land, streamline legal and regulatory frameworks, and fast-track infrastructure to meet investor expectations. Furthermore, government is in the process of establishing a national retail payment switch. National retail payment switch. A special purpose vehicle will this month of November be established under the Bank of Botswana to procure and implement the NRPS within 12 months. I had insisted on 6 months. I fought. There was a serious pushback and I was defeated by the technocrats. We've settled for 12 months, although we are still pushing for a much earlier delivery date. Phase 1, involving the mapping of the switch requirements, has been done. And technical and business specifications have been developed for a Botswana-centric switch. The switch will significantly streamline transactions, reduce leakages, increase financial inclusion, and ensure that payments for services are transparent and stay within the local economy. With coordinated special economic zones, we hope to make them, these SEZs, engines of inclusive growth, export competitiveness, and long-term prosperity for Botswana. As part of the SEZ facilitated investments, momentum continues with Radisson Hotel. Radisson Hotel. The project will begin in April 2026 at an investment value of $50 million and is expected to create jobs directly during construction and post-completion. A licensed SEZ investor is developing a 100-megawatt solar power station near Matsiloje as a single factory. It is valued at 1 billion pula, and it will create 600 construction jobs and 30 permanent jobs post-completion, advancing our green energy goals. The journey toward industrial transformation requires bold, large-scale projects that generate employment, build manufacturing capacity, and enable meaningful technology transfer. The Botswana Development Corporation has stepped up to meet this need, driving strategic investments across high-impact sectors. Since the time you gave this administration the mandate to govern, we've worked hard to change laws in a concerted effort, ably assisted by every member of this august House, without exception, to achieve a well-regulated, integrated, development-friendly investment framework to raise levels of productive capital inflows into the economy as part of the process of diversifying the economy and stimulating employment through smart partnerships. Some of the smart partnerships we created are with CCI Global, a leading business process outsourcing company BPO, headquartered in the United Arab Emirates, to establish presence in Botswana. CCI has approximately 10,000 employees across 5 continents, including Africa, Asia, and North America, servicing major offshore markets in the USA, Europe, and the Middle East. I am pleased to share with you that CCI Global began, not will begin, or may begin. It has begun its local operations at the Botswana Digital Innovation Hub. And this happened in October 2025. This initial operational phase has already generated 51 full-time jobs. And from the constraints of space at the place that they operate, this will increase over the next few months to 720 jobs. And over the next 12 months, we will reach more. We will, within 36 months of their operation, arrive at 3,000 jobs. In our effort to strengthen the position of Botswana as an attractive destination for investment, we continue to take progressive steps. It is in this spirit that we are establishing the Botswana International Financial Center, BIFC, a la Abu Dhabi, a la Dubai, a la many others across the world. And this is a bold national initiative that will position our country as a well-regulated and trusted gateway for international investment and financial services into Africa. The Botswana International Financial Center will operate as an independent jurisdiction founded on the principles of transparency, accountability, and rule of law. As part of this broader vision to position Botswana as a hub of opportunities and innovation, I'm also pleased to announce the launch of the Impact Citizenship Program, a pioneering initiative that invites a select group of global investors, innovators, and change makers to join hands with us in shaping Botswana's next chapter of development. To facilitate this, we will be submitting to Parliament a bill aimed at amending the Citizenship Act. This program is not about selling our citizenship. It is about inviting partnerships that make impact, attracting those who share our values and are ready to contribute meaningfully to our national development goals. I acknowledge the concerns that have been raised regarding this initiative. As a responsible government, let me assure you that vetting and thorough due diligence will be an integral part of the application and approval process. Government has taken another bold decision to establish a sovereign wealth fund for Botswana. The fund will be one of the transformative interventions boosting economic activity in various sectors, diversifying and engendering processing within the mining sector. The establishment of the Botswana Sovereign Wealth Fund signifies government's intention to strengthen fiscal discipline while channeling capital into accelerated economic diversification for job creation and skills transfer. The new vehicle will be a state-owned company operating on commercial lines with independent oversight and regular public reporting, thereby embodying the Santiago Principles, the Sovereign Investor Code on transparency and accountability. Botswana Sovereign Welfare Fund will be independent, ring-fenced, development-focused, and benchmarked against global peers. Another historic milestone that government will deliver is the establishment of the Botswana Mercantile Exchange, BMX. This is a transformative initiative aimed at creating a regional hub for Southern Africa's commodities, both soft commodities in the agriculture sector, such as wheat, sorghum, and our beef, to hard commodities like oil, gold, copper, diamonds, and others. The Botswana Mercantile Exchange will position Botswana as a regional hub for commodities, ensuring that Africa gets the full benefit of these natural resources. This entity operating under the Botswana Stock Exchange will create a platform where a farmer can list his or her product or commodity on this exchange to be traded with anyone, anywhere in the world, giving immediate value to the farmer at prices competitive internationally. Our farmers' commodities will therefore become international commodities. The Botswana Mercantile Exchange will be operational by March 2026. Tourism remains vital in the economy of Botswana. With its extensive value chain and labor absorption capacity, it is a tool for economic development, playing a significant role in responding to the country's socio-economic challenges. The sector is also a significant foreign exchange earner. We are working together with all stakeholders in the tourism industry to double Botswana's international tourist arrivals in the next 5 years, with a view to creating more jobs and increasing the sector's contribution to GDP. What does this entail? Upgrading our airports, inviting long-haul flights into the country to facilitate ease of access for international tourists. Our fellow citizens are also becoming active participants in the tourism economy, with concession allocations in Ngamiland and Makgadikgadi serving as instruments of empowerment. Joint ventures in Kwai and Mababe have attracted 72 million pula in investment and created thus far 127 jobs, with other communities undertaking expansion projects through their respective community trusts. Sport and the creatives. These sport and the creative industries extend far beyond individual well-being and leisure. They have immense potential to contribute to the economy. This underscores the broader national significance of sport and the arts. We are therefore currently updating all the relevant policies and legal frameworks to unlock the potential of this sector and to support its growth. The cinematography bill which will modernize Botswana's film industry with clear standards for production, distribution, and exhibition, will be tabled before Parliament in the current sitting. The reintroduction of sporting activities in our schools is therefore a valuable investment in the future, as it will enable us to nurture elite athletes, performers, actors, and diverse creative talents. I am delighted to announce that government has taken a decision to avail 200 million pula from the alcohol levy fund towards procurement of creative arts content from our young people. At the best of times, the budget was about 2 million. It now is being raised to 200 million. It will spur our creatives, our comedians, our performers, and other participants in the creative space to generate meaningful, entertaining, enhancing, fulfilling content. To the youth of our great nation, our most precious resource, more valuable than any physical asset we possess, we see your energy. We value your ideas. We admire your courage, your abundant and diverse talent and creativity, and your innovative spirit stand at the very heart of our national renewal. This administration is committed to creating the environment that will nurture your potential, support your entrepreneurial dreams, and harness your digital native capabilities for national development. We will not dismiss your ideas, but develop them. We will not ignore your aspirations, but invest in them. The Botswana we build tomorrow will be shaped by your imagination and courage today. Our country faces a pressing unemployment crisis, especially among the youth, at 38%. Government selected 186 projects across 9 priority sectors under the BETP. And these selected projects were partly based on their potential to create employment. BETP intends to create 512,000 jobs in the next 4 years now, primarily targeting youth. Furthermore, the Office of the President has established the Presidential Youth Empowerment Campaign, PYEC. PYEC is a high-level national program that is designed to coordinate efforts across sectors and has mobilized a task force to develop a coordinated, data-driven strategy in partnership with UNICEF, the Office of the Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs at the United Nations, and the United Nations Commission for Africa. A baseline study will be undertaken to identify 1,000 most promising candidates and produce key deliverables, which include a Botswana Digital Employability Index, a national trainer registry, and a youth policy brief. These tools will guide future interventions and ensure targeted impact which we will scale to 10,000 participants. One of the projects to debut the Presidential Youth Empowerment Campaign is the Climate Smart Horticulture Development Program, which is a targeted skilling and capacity building program to develop over 500 smallhold farmers organized in clusters. To help young farmers meet buyer specifications, scale production, and access startup funding, a horticulture-specific fund in partnership with financial institutions will be established. Through collaborative efforts of various partnership organizations, beneficiaries will be facilitated to access both local and export markets through this program. Among the initial youth empowerment campaign projects, we have the Textile Acceleration Program, the Government Automobile Maintenance Program, the Digital Content Creation Hub, all of which have a component of skills development and mentorship for growth of priority industries and employment creation. Initiatives for development opportunities for Botswana youth will be delivered under the new agreements. The recently launched International Graduate Development Program is the first of such initiatives. This is a rolling 2-year program where Botswana graduates will have an opportunity to work across DBS global operations, developing future-fit skills for the diamond industry and beyond. University sponsorships for master's and PhD studies and internships with DBS for students from tertiary institutions across Botswana will be launched in December 2025 to provide opportunity for growth of skills and participation of Botswana in diamond beneficiation. Our new agreements with DBS provide for a diamond entrepreneurship program, which is on track to be launched in the coming months. This will develop Botswana entrepreneurs as diamantes or in diamond-related services through 2 5-year programs. All these initiatives are part of this administration's aggressive response to creating meaningful jobs for our young people. In acknowledgement of the challenges of drug and alcohol abuse that our young people face, government is in discussion with business partners to help complete and operationalize, in the last quarter of this financial year, a 50-bed youth-friendly rehabilitation center in Seruwe, with both inpatient and outpatient services. This is but one of the many steps that government is taking to wage war against this scourge so that no young Botswana gets robbed of his or her future by drugs and alcohol abuse. I know there's some concern that government is not fighting the drug problem enough. Let me tell you, in confidence, it is a very complex problem to deal with, where many of the institutions that would otherwise be enlisted in fighting the scourge themselves are complicit in perpetuating and fueling it. It requires skill. It requires a different style of handling some of these things. So it is not that nothing is being done. Sometimes you've got to go quiet and go deep in order to unearth the scale of rot that we have to contend with. Infrastructure development is critical to attaining long-term economic and social goals. As a land-linked country, Botswana provides critical connectivity in Southern Africa, being a key transit route to countries such as Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Angola, and South Africa, through the North-South and the Trans-Kalahari corridors. As a transit country, Botswana is poised to play an important role in facilitating intra-Africa trade, as the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement has commenced. Our transport legislation and standards are to be reviewed, harmonized, and aligned with economic communities' expectations. In line with the commitment of transforming Botswana into a transport hub for the 360 million strong SADC market, the government intends to improve the national roads network through high-quality tolled roads to ensure sustainability in the development and maintenance of roads in Botswana. In this regard, construction of the A3 road has commenced, while feasibility for the A1 dual carriage tolled road spanning over 600 kilometers is scheduled to commence before the end of this year. The eminent member has motivated that such projects be kept as far away from local contractors as possible. And I listened to him, and I felt that if you take what he says at face value, you might not understand the point he's making, but he's making a profound and fundamental observation that the work in our infrastructure projects has been substandard. It's a fact. We acknowledge that observation. We may quarrel and differ with the proposition in relation to the solution, but we will not bowdlerize the submission that you made, which has merit and substance. I just wanted you to know. So our strategic location as a country positions us as a vital hub for trade and connectivity. Botswana's position in the Southern African region provides a distinctive benefit, unique to us, for us to become a hub for trade and connectivity. As the country advances its economic transformation and integration, rail transport is becoming increasingly critical to unlocking new markets. Rail. To support this, government is developing alternative rail lines. Mamabula Lephalale railway line and the Mosetseka Zungula Livingston line are being actively pursued as part of SADC's strategic plan of the North-South Corridor, NSC. Upon taking office, this government urgently reviewed the development manager model to assess its fiscal sustainability. The review was completed in March and published in August. It revealed serious flaws, including procedural gaps, weak stakeholder engagement, and misalignment with legal frameworks. Most concerning were the financial implications, as the structure and magnitude of associated fees placed an unsustainable burden on public resources. In response, government revoked all 3 presidential directives that had approved the model and its governance structures. 16 projects already under construction will continue using alternative delivery or financing methods. Members of the legal profession will know that in this space, the law asks one question. Even if you say this tender was unlawfully awarded, the law says, is the contractor on the ground? Has the contractor placed boots on the ground? If the answer is yes, even if you wanted to cancel, you can't. So the 16 projects fall in that category. Just explaining. But those in respect of which no boots had been firmly placed on the ground, a robust review is underway. Those that are continuing, alternative financing models. The rest, all the risks associated are being actively assessed. And we want to proceed under heightened oversight. This is important to understand. We are not stopping projects. We are re-examining their sustainability under the models they were conceived under. The better then to deploy more responsible, more financially sustainable models. That's improved oversight. For the remaining 132, there are 132 that were still at conceptual stage. It is these that we are reassessing to explore better aligned options. The goal here is to ensure value for money and consistency with national priorities. Given the current fiscal constraints, the public-private partnership model has become essential for delivering key infrastructure projects without overstretching government resources. And in order to make it more responsive, the PPP framework is being strengthened through the BETP to make it more inclusive, transformative, and private sector-led. Private sector-led. Government doesn't have the money to deploy in some of these projects. But there's finance aplenty around. And we know finance left to its own devices can become dangerous and predatory. But finance properly enlisted and deployed in the service of a development agenda can become a very, very good servant. So we are enlisting capital here, finance, as a servant of development. So over the next 12 months, urgent milestones that we want to attain include tabling the PPP bill, deploying PPP functions, resourcing the PPP unit, and operationalizing the appropriate governance structure. These steps will ensure that PPPs deliver value, efficiency, and impact. The provision of safe drinking water remains a key priority for all of us and for this administration. The implementation of water and sanitation projects during the 2025-2026 financial year has mainly been focused on the completion of major projects. Projects such as the NSC 2.2, Palape to Mamashia water supply pipeline, contracts 1, 2, and 3. NSC 2.3, Mamashia to Gaborone water supply scheme, Lobatse water master plan, Molepulule NSC connection, Kamononya, Moshopa sanitation, Mamashia water treatment plant, Tswapong South, Phase 2, Good Hope water supply, Phase 2.2. All these are at wrapping up stage and are consolidating final accounts. The process of concluding the outstanding works has been affected by delays in payment of services rendered. We've incurred a serious loss of time, suffered delays because we were either slow or unable to pay contractors. It is not because we don't want, it is because we simply are in no position to. So our challenge, as I said, where do we find the money to deliver these much needed services? The Maung Water and Sanitation Project is coming to an end, with early beneficiation realized for both water and sanitation. The Kanya Sanitation Project has taken unduly long, but is now winding up, and most of government's institutions have been connected to the system. Pipeline gaps are being addressed to fully operationalize the entire scheme to enable the Kanye community to be connected. The Boteti South Central water supply is 98% complete, while the Kanye network rehabilitation stands at 96% completion. The project will be completed by the end of this financial year. Projects that were in their earlier stages of implementation by the beginning of 2025-2026 include Molepulule water treatment plant, which is now about 80% complete. Molepulule water and sanitation, 22% complete. Veda Makopong water supply, 50% complete. Dimajwe water supply, 30% complete. And Suwa, don't celebrate 30%, need to up the ante. Suwa water supply is at a measly 9% completion. And these projects as well have been seriously affected by payment delays. So they have tended to progress very slowly. Digitalization. Digitalization is the pivot point of our economy. It's the fulcrum. It is a critical enabler for our bold transformation of the economy. And so government, through the Ministry of Communications and Innovation, in partnership with the Botswana Development Corporation, Botswana Telecommunications Corporation, and other stakeholders, have commenced an ambitious journey to launch and go live an ultra-modern, secure platform where all government services will be delivered, and this within the next 6 months. This will be backed by improved backbone infrastructure that will ensure reliability and stability of the platform. I know you don't want any downtime. The citizens more so. We don't want any downtime, all of us. Procurement has been a major bottleneck, slowing down progress in many development initiatives. Procurement. To address this issue, government will, this coming month, invite experts and expert companies to bid for the provision of e-procurement services. This is a bold move that will rid our procurement of corruption, raise the levels of transparency, strengthen and standardize procurement controls across government, while ensuring that government no longer suffers the devastating damage caused by the high prevalence of price gouging. And price gouging takes me into the next: healthcare, social protection, and gender equality. And price gouging has been extremely rampant in the health sector. And government is steadfast in its resolve to ensure that Botswana can access quality health services when they need them. They must access them without financial hardships through universal health coverage, UHC. In our quest to reach the true north for Botswana in health, enshrined in both the NDP 12 and the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, we have two main goals. Goal number one, to raise the UHC, Universal Health Coverage Index, from 55 to 75% in the next 5 years. This involves a major re-engineering of the whole health system, almost a complete overhaul. The reforms that we must engage include digitalization of the health system, reorientation of health services towards a more robust primary healthcare system, which is what has already begun with the relocation of primary healthcare services to local authorities, and the National AIDS and Health Promotion Agency, NAPA, to the Ministry of Health. Reimagining drugs and medicine supply chains to ensure predictable availability of commodities for Botswana, and modernizing infrastructure. Goal number two, the introduction of a sustainable health financing scheme, the National Health Insurance, which will be co-created with Botswana. The process has started. Stakeholder engagements are continuing with different groups from academia, policymakers, politicians, and Botswana. These ideas that come will be synthesized and will culminate in a policy that will be presented to all Botswana for comments and approval. I officially declared a state of public health emergency on the 25th of August 2025 in response to a catastrophic collapse of the medical supply chain, which had been building up for decades. At the time of the declaration, critical medicines and medical commodities were almost non-existent. 2 months later, though we are not yet out of the woods, most first-line medicines for chronic diseases and those needed for emergency care are now partially available. The availability of critical medicines and medical commodities now stands at 36%, while vital, essential, and necessary VEN medications stand at 63%. And this is expected to increase significantly in the next few weeks as supplies that were not readily available but are still being manufactured arrive. And here, interestingly, we took some of the lists for procurement that we were handed by central medical stores to an expert entity that enables links with procurement or manufacturers. They assessed the list and they came back to us and said, your lists don't make sense. They are unreasonable. Why? Said, you're a population of 2.5 million. The quantities that you've placed here are not justifiable for a population of your size. So CMS is giving us lists to procure at astronomically huge levels. The same CMS suffering expiry and destruction of about 250 million worth of medicines every year. So it's not just the list. You've got to study the list. You've got to put it through a rigorous process and realize not only are we almost being had, over the years we've been had big time. That's a debate for another day. So government has so far procured over 300 tons of essential medical supplies, with additional shipments expected soon. Let me take this opportunity here and now to express our gratitude to the governments and the people of the United Arab Emirates, the United States of America, Zimbabwe, Turkey, Brazil, China, Cyprus, as well as the United Nations family, for having pledged or donated medicines respectively. To these nations, as well as local and global entities who have made pledges, we say, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you ever so kindly. Government has prioritized the transformation of central medical stores, CMS. The entire medicine supply chain, to ensure that we will never return to this situation we were in. And the state of emergency lasted only 21 days. Now, through the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, CMS will be restructured, and this will be informed by an evaluation that is ongoing. It's currently underway. It is in keeping with the medium to long-term strategies that I detailed when I declared the state of public health emergency. Alongside this, government is undertaking necessary reforms that include immediate digitization to further address supply chain disruptions with medical commodities. Government has implemented several short to medium-term measures, and these include: 1, the establishment of Health First Botswana Partnership. This is a fund intended to raise funding to support the Ministry of Health with efficient procurement of healthcare supplies to meet the needs of our people sustainably. 2, the approval for the use of the emergency procurement method as provided for under the Public Procurement Act. For speed, dispatch in responding to crisis, so that we could swiftly respond to current and any other predicaments. And the third, the National Steering Committee and the National Task Force that were created on the 25th of August 2025, both led from the Office of the President, will continue to lend full support to the Minister of Health to coordinate and ensure successful closure of this situation. This administration inherited a health system plagued by non-functional and obsolete equipment where it existed at all. Because in other places, nothing at all. And these obsolete pieces of equipment require significant investment to either replace or rehabilitate. We have recently bought 2 new state-of-the-art X-ray machines for Princess Marina Hospital. And as a medium-term intervention, we are deploying 3 mobile X-rays in Gumare, Gweta, and Bubono, private hospitals, which have no radiology services. Laboratory services are also adversely affected due to this equipment that is obsolete, and an acute shortage of reagents. To address this challenge and the high cost of purchasing and maintaining equipment, the Ministry of Health will now transition towards equipment placement models for both laboratory and radiology services with both local suppliers and original equipment manufacturers at a cheaper cost than the current. The government will therefore only pay for the tests, while equipment owners who would have deployed their equipment in our facilities will be responsible for the maintenance of the equipment and the provision of reagents under strict service level agreements. Cervical cancer remains a leading cause of cancer deaths in Botswana. This is attributed to low screening rates as well as late diagnosis, among others. I was told by a crack oncologist from Yale University, and I'm sure it's common knowledge. They say this type of cancer is preventable. You need to vaccinate young girls by age 10. Vaccinate them. Immunize them completely. Protect them for life. We have failed. We haven't been able to do it. We must focus on this. And late diagnosis arising from lack of equipment and facilities. So government has invested in health promotion and education to encourage Botswana to have regular screening, and the facilities must be available readily, which will facilitate early diagnosis and better clinical outcomes. Now, as part of the global call and sustainable development goals to end malaria tuberculosis and HIV and AIDS by 2030. The government is fully committed to eliminating malaria by 2027. And Botswana is the leader in ALMA. Leaders coming together against malaria. And Botswana is the president of that organization and initiative, led by my good self, on behalf of your good selves. So I lead together with you. We lead, all of us, without exception, the charge to end malaria by 2027. And we've made significant progress towards malaria elimination. And we've attained thus far an increase of about 43.5% reduction in malaria cases. And to optimize the provision of specialized care and ensure efficiency, government approved Gideon Masire Teaching Hospital to function as a state-owned public hospital. There was a problem here. There was a penumbral region in which this facility happened to fall. If you asked, it was no longer a public health facility. It was in the direction of being privatized, built at great expense to the fiscus. And the fiscus is being divested of this asset, which is why it became imperative then to halt this and to restore this facility, Gideon Masire Teaching Hospital, to its status quo ante as a public health hospital. That is what it is now. And you remember when this began and was being given some impetus, when the minister announced that over 120 long postponed operations, which could not be undertaken, were undertaken, I think, in a space of 1 month at Gideon, because they have, I think it's about 9 theaters, 10, which were not used, not available as a benefit to the people. So it took a decision to turn this around and re-establish Gideon Masire as what it was initially intended to be. This is a big step. The aim is here to create a single pool of medical specialists with similar working conditions to enable the realization of the triple mandate of Gideon Masire Teaching Hospital: high quality clinical services, training, and research. I must acknowledge that the majority of our health facilities are in a deplorable state of disrepair across the country. To support the implementation of the National Health Insurance, this requires urgent attention. While our fiscal space is limited, we cannot afford to ignore the deteriorating conditions of our health facilities. Thus, the Health First Botswana partnership that will be sealed this month between the Ministry of Health and the Botswana Development Corporation will help urgently to address this challenge. Botswana Development Corporation has the skills and capability now, as it is positioned, to raise finance, capital raising. To do what? Fund the requirements of the health sector. We have also had to reach out to friends and partners. When we are in crisis, we reach out and ask not for a declaration of love from our partners, but for a demonstration of love. And they came, they demonstrated the love they have for our country. So I'm delighted, and I've thanked those who came and assisted. I'm delighted to announce that we received a generous grant of $50 million, approximately 700 million pula, to drive our commitment to transforming the health system to a primary care focus with emphasis on the promotion of health, on prevention, early detection, and treatment. On social protection, government is undertaking a comprehensive overhaul of the social protection system with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. This includes the operationalization of a single social registry, SSR, for beneficiation, registration, and introduction of proxy means testing to ensure that support reaches those most in need. I know others have said, and I digress a little, when we deal with the old age pension, let us enforce a means test and not make it available to the likes of Dr. Hobotswang and many others. My position, which I maintain and on which I have not been dislodged yet, maybe I will be, is that let's make it available even to Dr. Hobotswang. Let's make it available. If he doesn't want it, he will donate it. So in keeping with our digital transformation agenda, the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs is automating key processes to enhance access, transparency, and accountability. These reforms, grounded in a thorough review of the existing programs, will culminate in a unified social protection policy developed in collaboration with our international partners and the private sector. It will be the people and international partners and the private sector. The homegrown school feeding program as a key strategy to enhancing food and nutrition security among learners while boosting local agricultural production will be carried out. No doubt about it. This initiative will provide 2 nutritious meals per day to support the health and academic performance of our children. Importantly, it will create reliable markets for local smallholder farmers, fostering rural economic growth and reducing poverty. What are we doing here? By feeding these learners, we are creating a captive market for our local producers. The market will be ready and available. You produce. It is subjected to a quality assessment. It is collected and you get paid. You focus on your job of producing and not of running around selling, because the market is ready for you. This supports an ecosystem that empowers, uplifts, and improves lives and livelihoods. And as a further commitment to improving the well-being of vulnerable children, the new Child Support Grant, a monthly financial payout of 300 pula to children under the age of 1, is starting in the next financial year. This program is designed to ensure that children receive a strong start in life. And the records as at July 2025 show that we have 39,525 such children needing this assistance. The challenges of the financial reality have conspired to delay the implementation of this. We've tarried a little, but we are on course. We are fully committed. And with the re-engineering of the economy that we are busy on, we are certain that next financial year it will commence. And we will ensure that all eligible babies are covered. We're also transforming the Ipelegeng program into a skills-based public works program to be fully implemented by end of 2025. We're laying down bright lines, strict, exacting deadlines that others deem impossible. And we are told it always seems impossible until it is done. And when it is done, those who thought it was impossible start telling you it was actually inevitable. These are inevitable. So the approach we take represents a shift from a traditional relief work to a model that contributes directly to national development. Participants will gain vocational skills in sectors like the arts, culture, tourism, and environmental conservation, enabling them to transition into formal employment or self-employment. To advance inclusive development, we've also prioritized the review of the Remote Area Development Program. And we are formulating a policy for indigenous people in Botswana, indigenous peoples. And the rapporteur on indigenous peoples was here. And he says he chose this country as the first stop after he was appointed, because he is impressed by and fully associates himself with and understands fully the commitment to the human rights approach this government has adopted. So these measures that I have given a charcoal outline of are measures that aim to address long-standing social and economic marginalization, particularly of the indigenous Koinen communities who for generations have faced displacement, exclusion, and limited access to essential services. Through this review and new policy, we aim to promote social justice, affirm rights, and ensure full participation in national affairs. I must pause to indicate that along the way, certain areas of discontent will erupt, as they did they not, in the recent case where it was alleged that there was a deregulation or derecognition. That is a challenge that cannot be solved by a piecemeal approach. It is an issue with which we must engage, but one that properly must be placed and collocated within the framework of the comprehensive constitutional review that we've all committed ourselves to. That's a huge process. The constitutional review is a life and death moment for the country. It's not a simple thing. It requires circumspection, thorough application. All the experts must come. All the people of this country must come. Because we are going to resolve problems, some of them that have bedeviled this country from way back, from time immemorial even. But we've also just written a new chapter. I acknowledge the challenges, because I don't run from them. I actually run to them, because I understand them. I feel the tone and the tempo out there. It's important for all of us to do so that when we get into the constitutional review process, we focus. We know the controversies that have flared up in the past. When you talk about certain tribes being this and others not being that, these issues tend to become emotive. We need to approach them with due sensitivity and maturity as a people. We have done what had seemed elusive at best, impossible at worst. We have enabled citizens that have been living lives of exilic marginality in the margins of their own country. We've opened the space for them to now participate fully in national discourse in their languages. To feel the pride of recognition, appreciation, and profound validation. That's a priceless feeling. And as leaders, when you achieve that, you have every reason to be proud. Truly, it's a source of immense joy and pride to hear Sekalagari, Ikalanga, Shiei, and Naru through our public broadcast platforms. The people are happy. They feel now duly recognized as a part. And those who are not yet in the fold see that it's not just a glimmer. There's hope, there's real hope. And it will ultimately arrive for all of them. In Afrikaans, they would say, "Die Here hoor mij." God hears me. Die Here hoor mij. Laat Uw naam geheiligd worden. Let His name be praised. See. So, I know how they say it in Kalang. I know how they say it in many languages. Even in Setswapo. So we are now expanding the space, covering more of our people, bringing them in, helping them feel an integral part of the unfolding narrative that is being scripted in this country. They now become a part of that narrative. And these are concrete steps towards creating diversity, reflecting the magnificent diversity of our people and strengthening the bonds that hold us together. For the most vulnerable, enterprising members of our society, we've taken concrete steps to deliver on our promise of dignity. We've transformed Chema and converted the program into a grant for all recipients who had already signed contracts and received funds. And the decision was made to provide a real meaningful boost to our hustlers and small entrepreneurs to free them from debt and to empower them to truly grow their businesses. There's a whole reconceptualization of rendering assistance to small, medium enterprises. The idea is not to keep them as small enterprises, but to graduate them into bigger, better, more prosperous. Education, research, and human resource development. We know that education is not only a fundamental human right, but it is also a cornerstone of social and economic transformation. The current focus of government is to transform higher education and prioritize technical, vocational education and training, which has been identified as an anchor for economic transformation and job creation. The government is transforming the entire education system by adopting a STEAM-driven curriculum through the General Curriculum and Assessment Framework, STEAM. This framework is designed to produce a globally competitive workforce focusing on science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics. The arts are critical. The humanities, humando, that which makes us human, the arts are critical. We need them there. In fact, you may ultimately realize, because it is said that anything that is repeatable, that is routine, will ultimately be done by a machine. They will devise some algorithms. It is the creative space where the machine will struggle to replace human ingenuity, human creativity. The arts are critical. And so we want to ensure the successful implementation of this new curriculum we are positing by prioritizing two key areas. One, teacher empowerment. Two, infrastructure transformation and digitalization. Teachers will be upskilled and retrained to deliver the integrated STEAM approach effectively. These transformations will target all levels from early childhood to senior secondary school and will be implemented to deliver the STEAM curriculum in the January 2026 academic year. We will teach Toga Toga wa rahu rahu wa, but we will teach it with a different style and smile, and bring the arts, the science, the technology, the mathematics in it. But we will teach it still. So the government is aware of unused and underutilized education facilities, and we are committed to implementing transformative measures where maintenance of facilities will be done through our TVET students. I could take more of your time and keep you here and demonstrate to you the functional utility of TVET. Very useful. So we will use them to maintain facilities and save costs, while at the same time advancing skills acquisition by them and supporting TVET. And so I'm pleased to announce to you that the construction of the Maung Center for Children with Severe and Profound Intellectual and Multiple Disabilities has been completed. Celebrate. Yeah. If you don't celebrate, I will mention that song. You know, you taught me that song. I was helping you sing it, and it gets you into trouble all the time. And I help you sing it so you get into trouble. So it has been completed. And it will accommodate children with disabilities of age up to 18 years. And this landmark initiative forms part of our broader strategy to strengthen inclusive educational infrastructure and to ensure that every learner, regardless of ability, can access quality education. In our continued endeavor to improve the state of education, the Ministry of Child Welfare and Basic Education, in partnership with the Ministry of Finance, is assessing or is in the process of securing finance from the World Bank amounting to 104,423,333 US, equivalent to 409,715,000 pula. And this facility will cover 1, refurbishment of schools and expansion of access to secondary education across the country. 2, it will strengthen training and support for teachers. 3, it will establish a student learning management system. 4, it will promote early childhood development. 5, it will support out-of-school children and youth. And 6, it will advance technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, STEAM teaching and learning. As I speak, 12 new primary schools are under construction. Of these, 6 are in Odi, Gaborone 2, Mogoditani, Kumakwani, and Francistown. These are practically complete, while the remaining 6 are progressing well. And so government will address from the resources that we are mobilizing the shortage of classrooms, teachers' houses, ablutions and toilet facilities, and we will do this under the backlog eradication program across all local authorities. Bear with me, I'm drawing to a close. Need to take you on this tour de horizon so that we know where we are. Land, housing, environment, climate change, and the green economy. Botswana is committed to the Paris Agreement and global fight against climate change. Environmental, social, and governance, ESG principles, will be embedded into our national development and investment architecture. A comprehensive national environmental, social, and governance strategy is currently being developed and is expected to be completed by the end of this financial year. This strategy will lay a foundation and an action plan that will empower businesses and investors to integrate sustainability in their planning. In parallel, Botswana is strengthening climate finance architecture. In this regard, the National Development Bank is finalizing accreditation with the Climate Change Adaptation Fund, and government is actively exploring opportunities with the Green Climate Fund. These engagements will unlock new avenues for financing climate-resilient infrastructure, green innovation, and sustainable livelihoods, further reinforcing our commitment to a low-carbon, climate-smart future. Botswana is also developing a national carbon market framework supported by the World Bank and GIZ. This initiative positions our nation as a credible participant in the global carbon economy, leveraging our forests, grasslands, and wetlands to drive investment, create jobs, and empower communities. Capacity building is our immediate priority with support from UNDP. We are busy equipping government agencies, communities, and the private sector with skills development to verify and trade high-integrity carbon credits. This will ensure our carbon projects meet rigorous environmental and social safeguards. Once operational, carbon markets will accelerate economic diversification, channel resources to rural communities, and generate revenue for climate adaptation. In pursuit of our national commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainable development, in partnership with UNDP through the Biodiversity Finance Initiative, we've commenced the development of a comprehensive protected areas resource mobilization strategy and partnerships plan. This initiative represents a bold and forward-looking response to the financial constraints that continue to challenge the effective management of our protected areas. The accreditation of Kasane Kazungula and Shakawe as wetland cities under the Convention on Wetlands Accreditation, on the Wetlands Accreditation Scheme, affirms our leadership in safeguarding globally significant ecosystems. A national ecosystem assessment project is underway, offering a comprehensive evaluation of biodiversity ecosystem biodiversity, systems, the interdependence between nature and society. We are also addressing emerging environmental challenges such as e-waste, guided by a national strategy, and promoting green entrepreneurship through a waste value chain roadmap and business plan. These initiatives reflect our belief that sustainability is a catalyst for innovation and for inclusive growth. Botswana is ranked number 1 globally for megafauna conservation, proudly hosting the most significant African elephant population. While wildlife remains the cornerstone of our tourism economy and a vital source of rural livelihoods, its success brings new challenges, including poaching, human-wildlife conflict, to mention but a few. A national anti-poaching strategy has been developed, and the Wildlife Conservation and National Parks Act amended to empower officers with appropriate arms to combat militarized poaching syndicates. The National Human-Wildlife Conflict Strategy and Action Plan 2025-2030 has been launched following nationwide consultations. This holistic framework safeguards rural livelihoods while promoting peaceful coexistence between communities and wildlife. We remain resolute in our commitment to sustainable utilization of wildlife resources, guided by science, rooted in sovereignty, and enriched by the wisdom of our communities. At the upcoming CITES COP20, Botswana will advocate for the resolutions of the 2024 African Elephant Dialogue, calling for the removal of restrictive measures on the trade in live elephants. You know, we've donated a few to Mozambique. Angola has requested we donate a few more. The 500 we donated to Mozambique, they could not collect because to relocate one elephant, we are told, costs $50,000. We now have an investor, an impact investor, who promises to fund the relocation of many of these elephants so that the burden is eased. But the more sustainable approach is to ensure that their migration routes are safe so that they can relocate themselves and migrate back and forth. So we need to address some of these challenges. And we will engage decisively with international partners to reaffirm our position that responsible, regulated trade anchored in sustainability, scientific evidence, and community benefit is essential to the long-term viability of our wildlife economy. This commitment is evident through our recently enacted community-based natural resources management law that decentralizes resource management, reinforces governance, and enhances community beneficiation for those who live alongside wildlife. We acknowledge also that our waste management efforts are inadequate. You can see from the poor state of our environment and habitats. And in response, I request you to join me in welcoming this initiative, this decision I've taken to institute a national clean-up campaign in terms whereof The second Saturday of every month is designated as a cleanup day, where every community member will take part in cleaning their environment. I call upon business institutions, all other institutions in the informal sector, to keep their immediate and greater surroundings clean at all times. Community leaders are particularly important in enforcing this new culture of cleanliness. Furthermore, government has taken a decision to ban single-use plastic bags. The industry has advanced to a point now where biodegradable packaging is available, hence there is no need for single-use plastics, and there's no excuse. The modalities to implement these necessary interventions will be communicated by the relevant authorities following consultations. The cleanliness of our environment is a personal responsibility that should be ingrained in us as a habit. On social housing, we've launched the Bonno Housing Scheme nationwide, which is more than just a housing scheme. It is a foundation for dignity and a stimulus for our economy. Our approach here is twofold: building new units for first-time home owners and improving access to affordable housing. Against the target of 100,000 units over a 3-year period, a total of 31,745 housing units countrywide have been contracted with various developers, with construction of 5,880 housing units across the country already having commenced and expected to be completed by end of the next financial year. And this number includes the 3,000 being built through Botswana Housing Corporation in Kale. In view of the current fiscal constraints, government has come up with a strategy to implement the majority of housing units with private developers through design, build, and finance models. In addition, as part of our commitment to provide shelter for our people, in July 2025, government acquired 1,223 units from BCL, and these were handed over to the Ministry of Water and Human Settlement on the 17th of October 2025. It remains now for all the role players to come together and work out a formula or mechanism for the allocation of these houses. Government acquired, government delivered. Democracy and good governance, the rule of law, respect for human rights, these are non-negotiable. They are preconditions for the transformation that we seek. But corruption remains a significant threat and a persistent challenge to Botswana's socio-economic development and governance. The ongoing forensic audit on government expenditure and functional efficacy of existing systems and institutions over a 10-year period will undoubtedly culminate in strengthening governance. It will foster a culture of transparency and accountability across the economy. Completion of the audit is scheduled for March 2026. and its findings will be acted upon. No doubt about it. In recognition of the need for a modern, independent anti-corruption institution, the government has prioritized the review of the Corruption and Economic Crime Act of 2013. The revised draft bill, currently under legal, this draft proposes the granting of DCEC with greater operational independence, including a redefined reporting structure and enhanced protections for the Office of the Director General. We draw from previous experience. We will not walk that road again. And the bill will be tabled for approval during the current sitting of Parliament. The delinking of DCEC from mainstream public service has been initiated, and it has been submitted for inclusion under NDP 12 with a projected budget of 35 million pula for development and 48 million pula recurrent. And once you approve this, it will lay a foundation for a more robust and independent directorate on corruption and economic crime. Crime stakeholder engagements regarding the project have commenced. Notably, Section 3E of the Employment and Labor Relations Act has officially delinked the DCEC from the public service, and implementation is pending the conclusion of the review of the Economic Crimes Act, Corruption and Economic Crimes Act itself. In line with our efforts to modernize electoral processes, the Independent Electoral Commission has successfully developed and installed a new elections management system. And this project is currently in the process of migrating data from the old system to the new. And this will significantly improve operational efficiency and introduce a dedicated poll staff management module to vet challenges relating to ballot papers for advance polls. The Ethics and Integrity Directorate continues to work closely with key stakeholders to safeguard the interests of our nation. The aim here is to establish a top-tier asset declaration system that will significantly assist in monitoring the assets, the interests, and liabilities to effectively detect corruption, money laundering, and acquisition of property from proceeds of crime. Further, the Directorate, in collaboration with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, is in the process of developing comprehensive guidelines on conflict of interest. Government reforms remain focused on ensuring that every Motswana, regardless of their economic status or geographic location, can obtain timely, fair, and affordable legal services. Access to justice is not a privilege, but a fundamental right. Legal Aid Botswana has begun implementing its 2025-2030 strategic plan with specific focus on reaching marginalized and rural communities. In parallel, the national rollout of criminal legal aid services has commenced following a successful pilot study which ended in 2024-2025. The ongoing reforms to strengthen the Court of Appeal will ensure that any errors can be promptly corrected, protecting citizens' rights and preventing the appeal process itself from becoming a source of delay. These reforms are a clear signal that in Botswana the rule of law is paramount, and we are building a judiciary that is robust, efficient, and worthy of the people it serves, while strengthening investor and public confidence in the competence of our courts. The Judicial Services Commission has also appointed judges to both the High Court and the Court of Appeal, and this has increased the numbers at these levels substantially. The establishment of a dedicated criminal court division will also allow for specialization, leading to faster trials, more consistent sentencing, and a focused attention on cases involving personal liberty and public safety. The primary objective of the Cybersecurity Bill, which was passed into law during the July sitting of Parliament, is to establish and empower a cybersecurity institutional framework that ensures a safe and secure cyber environment. Very, very important. The small country of Estonia, they told me, experiences millions of cyber attacks daily. Millions. Botswana, where do we stand? We've also been attacked. Many of our institutions have been attacked. And this has resulted in loss of resources, loss of data, compromised security. So this cybersecurity law helps now to protect our critical information infrastructure, and it will make Botswana a more attractive destination for investment and fostering trust in digital growth. Investors will want to come here. They will feel safe here, not just physically. We don't only assure them of the security of their persons, but the security of their data and its integrity. And so the Act provides for the establishment of a National Cybersecurity Commission, among other institutions. The Public Service Amendment Act 2025 empowers the Public Service Bargaining Council to negotiate collective labor agreements. And this is also a landmark in labor relations because it promotes fairness, collective bargaining, social dialogue, and a more stable public service environment. There will always be tension between government, employers, and employers' organizations, trade unions. This tension is not indicative of a collapse of democracy. In fact, it evidences that democracy is alive. We will differ, we will be at loggerheads from time to time. It is to be expected. It is to be encouraged. Each party vigorously defending its turf. And in the process of that Socratic banging of heads, we will find each other as we always do. And democracy wins. Not democracy tied to a single version of itself. Democracy ever evolving, improving, and dynamic. So you know, because you are the ones who did this, that during this 2024-2025 Parliament, you enacted a total of 24 acts. That's a lot of work. But you can do more, you can do better. And we need more. And these acts are Refugees Recognition Management Act, which makes provision for the recognition and management of refugees. And this is also an affirmation of the commitment we made as a nation under the United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugees of 1951. The protocol relating to the status of refugees of 1967, and the OAU Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa of 1969. We've remained true to our commitments. And you, Parliament, also passed the Access to Information Act, Act number 16 of 2024, a salient piece of legislation to make available to the public information about the operations of public authorities and to ensure that the rules and practices affecting members of the public in their dealings with public authorities are readily available to persons affected by those rules and practices. But here's the rub. Passing the law, assuring access without the requisite infrastructure and capabilities to have this information easily accessible is in and of itself a problem. If a journalist, let's instance that situation, rocks up and says, I want access to this information, and a public officer says, oh yeah, sit here, I will avail it, but come with me so that you sit and see what I'm doing, and takes you into a huge room where it's mountains of records, some of them not properly kept, not properly archived, and you sit there for days. Next week, you can see he's trying under the Act. He's not sabotaging you. He has not rejected your request. He's trying to help you. But it is physically impossible to plow through this tome, this thick tome of documents, mountains of data, to access that piece that you need. It doesn't help. That is why the digitalization of our records becomes absolutely critical. So that when you say you have access to information, you can, at the click of a button, get that information. So that if you don't get it, we do what they do in Sweden. In Sweden, if you ask for information from a public office, they are supposed to give it to you within 14 days. If they don't, you can go to the information ombudsman. And the information ombudsman can actually criminally prosecute the officer. But once we have data, information readily accessible in this manner, we will not have all these problems. And we need to then make sure that all the supporting, the ecosystem conduces to all these. We have also acceded to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We've made significant progress from a policy and legal reforms point of view, active civil society engagement and enhancement of public awareness. But systemic gaps remain, challenging us to strengthen implementation. National defense is also a cornerstone of our sovereignty and a fundamental enabler of political stability, economic development, and social cohesion. The military has been crucial in maintaining peace and stability, both prerequisites for sustainable growth. I have noted with concern, and we must all strongly condemn the recent violence against police officers, which undermines our social fabric. Law enforcement officers serve to protect all of us, and they must be accorded respect. Overall, crime decreased by 8.2% in 2024 compared to 2023, including violent and serious offenses. But high levels of violence persist in crimes such as rape, murder, and robbery. The Botswana Police Service is strengthening community engagement and partnerships to address crime and reduce public fear. The National Crime Prevention Conference in March 2025, themed Forging Collaborative Pathways Towards Safer Communities, was a key platform for collaboration. The new Police-Public Partnership Directorate is expected to enhance police-community cooperation further. But violence remains a huge challenge to our nation's moral fabric and our social stability. In 2024 alone, police recorded 14,020 gender-based violence cases, with 4,468 of these crimes committed against children below 18 years of age. These are not just statistics. They represent shattered lives, broken families, and a threat to our collective future. To address gender-based violence, the government is reviewing the national strategy towards ending GBV to infuse emerging issues and trends, as well as a human rights approach to the provision of services. You see, gender-based violence is a complex scenario. It begins and plays out in the most intimate of spaces, in people's private estuaries, in what is supposed to be the calm and comfort of people's nuptial chambers. It occurs there. How do the police enter into these private spaces without violating Article 9, Section 9 of our Constitution that guarantees the right to privacy? Where's the early warning system that tells us there's a problem here? If we looked around here, would we be able to pick it? We deal with this problem by alienating it from us or ourselves from it, by a process of othering in which we see ourselves as detached and immune, yet it hits everyone. It does not discriminate. You'll be shocked. Some of the most educated people, in terms of appearances, very cultured, but abusers. And some of them may be lurking right here as lawmakers, by the way. We need to be honest about these conversations so that when we engage, we are honest, we are sincere, we are serious, so that we may find solutions. And if we do that, we will not operate like those ancient farmers who would take a goat, tie all their problems, they mention all their problems, create a little load, tie it on this goat. And now it has a load of all these problems. And it is flung into the wilderness, the helpless animal. And it is supposed by this ritual to cleanse you, to exorcise your demons of violence. You scapegoat. That's where the word scapegoating came from. We sit here and we scapegoat. Sometimes scapegoat men, sometimes scapegoat women. We sidestep an honest engagement about the root causes and the forces that fuel this scourge. And as I say, it lurks in people's bedrooms, private spaces, police prohibited from entering. Otherwise, they would have to come, and when you sleep in your bedroom, they will be lying somewhere there to police and make sure you don't stray into this scourge. But it can't happen like that. How do we deal with it? Let's be honest. Let's avoid finger pointing, scapegoating, playing holier than thou. It's a very dangerous approach. And so we are engaged in efforts to establish gender-based violence one-stop service centers. But what are we talking about here, really? We're talking about, I think, in the main centers where a victim can flee to and receive immediate help. But what are they fleeing for? Violence, already inflicted or reasonably apprehended. The challenge for us is to find the cause and stop this. All of us. And stop scapegoating young Chombo there. Say she's not doing enough. What would you do? Tell us. Give us guidance. Would you go into people's bedrooms and start interviewing? When last did you slap your wife or your husband? When did you yell at him or her? How do we deal with this problem? What are the other structural defects in society that feed and fuel this problem? We say it's a no-fault divorce system. But when you go to court to seek a divorce, we want you to ascribe fault. Tell us what is wrong with this person. We said it's a no fault. You should be able to walk in and say, I want out. And in 10 minutes you should be out. Except we have to deal with property and vision. Yes, but how do we address the core issues implicated here? I leave it to you. You will help with ideas. You have them. We have also started the integration of, that cohort special constables into mainstream policing. Those folk that were recruited as special constables. The problem again is those folks, if they had been put through the regular process, they would not have qualified then. So a special arrangement was created. Now we've said they must join the police force. And we take this decision when some of them are advanced in age. And the problem that comes now from the training ground is that they suffer so many injuries. It's a big problem. Many injuries because they're older. What do we do? But we have now 874 of them that are undergoing training and will graduate by December 2025. I won't tell you how many have been injured and all sorts of other problems. But another group will come in and also go through the same process. Because if we lower the standards too much, then we have a police force that is not as efficient and as competent as it otherwise should be, especially in view of the challenges that we face in this modern day and age. So we are trying to strengthen the police service. We are also trying to combat illicit drug use and trafficking. Big problem, and I've mentioned this. Big problem. And the challenge with this area is that there's a lot of money involved. And so sometimes, and this is why members of parliament will be ready to accuse and say, certain operatives of the security organs are also trafficking. Nothing is being done. You know how that comes about? Many of them were deployed there to try and sniff and gather intelligence and bring it so that this thing can be nipped. They get there, they realize there's a lot of money here. Compared to the pittance that these guys are paying me, then they are the ones who transport. They become enlisted in this. This is the problem. And so when you say, let's go out and make a lot of noise, sometimes you lie low in order to understand who these people are, who is involved. And the big players are never in the front end. The police catch a lot of people carrying tons of drugs. And you can tell this person is not the key player. The Don is sitting somewhere. You ask this one, they will not tell you. Why? Because that person there is powerful and dangerous and most likely well connected. So these are the challenges. This is the reality. So when we contend with it and we fire salvos and say not enough is being done, let us understand first the nature of the problem that we are dealing with so that we can then think about solutions. We have the Drug Enforcement Agency that leads national drug control efforts. It enhances interdiction capabilities through new detection and testing equipment at border points, our borders as well, because the data will show which borders are the most porous and the times when they are brought. And the resources on the ground, where they exist at all, are thin. So we need to deploy resources, both human, financial, and technological. That's the only way we can wrestle with the problem. So a national drug control master strategy has been developed, which will coordinate multi-sectoral approaches, encourage collaboration with stakeholders to devise remedial strategies. And the problem of drugs is also connected with money laundering. It's the easiest way to launder. And it also is related to the misuse of emerging financial technologies. So you, Parliament, have passed certain critical laws, the Virtual Assets Act of 2025, which provides for management, mitigation and prevention of money laundering, financing of terrorism and proliferation risks associated with emerging business practices. The Companies Amendment Act of 2025, the Trust Property Control Act of 2025, which aligns legislation with FATF anti-money laundering recommendations. We are doing the very best we can, and we will be coming under scrutiny and assessment in 2027 under these We need to be ready. We continue in our international relations and our global markets. We continue to support efforts to prevent conflict, engage in peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. We also are playing our role in ensuring the implementation of a reinvigorated United Nations peace and security architecture and the African governance architecture, including the African Union roadmap to silencing the guns by 2030. Now, since my last address to you, to this Parliament, we've established diplomatic relations with Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, and Oman. We've also announced our plans to expand our diplomatic missions to other jurisdictions at the request of those countries. Some of them, in fact, even willing to offer assistance for us to establish those missions, which assistance we've welcomed. And they regard us as a critical partner, and they want us to firm up, to strengthen our relationships so that there can be heightened mutual benefit. And we've agreed. And at the United Nations, when I gave my inaugural address, I reaffirmed the government of Botswana's commitment to the 3 pillars of the United Nations: development, peace and security, and human rights. And I must tell you, we as Botswana command a lot of respect for our firm and bold declaration that we are a human rights-based government. If you have any doubt, you might want to call Antonio Guterres, and he will confirm to you that Botswana is regarded very highly. And I had a meeting with him, several meetings. In fact, I met him in Addis when we were wrestling with the DR Congo and Rwanda issue, where you could tell it's very difficult to bring warring parties together and have them have a meaningful, sensible engagement. Positions are entrenched. You have to wrestle. Peacekeeping is a difficult exercise. But all these tensions threaten not just geopolitical stability, peace and security. They threaten also the economies. If you look at the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Israeli-Palestine conflict, peace must be found. And in our quest to lend our own contribution, Botswana has presented its candidature to the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for the term 2030 to 2031. We want to be there. We want to be in the front lines of defending peace and security internationally and advocating for respect for human rights. And so we've only served once in the Security Council in the period 1995-1996. So we want to come back in there because we believe we are best placed. And as a member of the African Union Peace and Security Council for the term 2024-2025, we consistently champion matters relating to constitutionalism, democracy, good governance, respect for the rule of law, and human rights. That is why I said to you when I began that on occasion you will see our people breaking out into the streets to express their displeasure at this or that. Students, workers. We are not engaging any protocols of repression against them. The police facilitate them so that they can protest. That's not what we are. That's this democracy. And we're an exemplar. So we are this model of democracy, political stability, peace, and security. And we encourage other countries to emulate us, to emulate Botswana. We tolerate divergent views, and you can see president, citizens, fierce debate raging. That's the beauty. I enjoy that very much, except I want it to be issue-based, informed, with substance. Because, with good grammar, by the way, if you're going to write, especially because we've trained you to write well, why insulting those who put you through school by writing substandard work? Doesn't matter who you are. We want these things. We want quality. We must be a nation of excellence. Why are we afraid to say these things? We must say them. We must force ourselves to adopt the most exacting of standards. No mediocrity. Even here in this house, when we debate, let's do research. Information is readily available. Let's engage on solving problems, deploying different approaches, strategies, and high-order thinking. So that when you are at your parliamentary residence, you want it to be time to come to parliament because you feel intellectually nourished there. We want intellectual nourishment when we come here. Is it asking for too much? Is it arrogance to say it? If it is arrogance to demand exacting standards, then some of us are guilty as charged. But that's by the by. We advocate for credible elections in this robust marketplace of ideas. We want the best ideas to come forward, and we want a constitutional government. Because in our system, the Constitution is supreme. So as I conclude, Botswana stands at the threshold of a bold transformation, reforming governance, modernizing infrastructure, revitalizing education, and diversifying its economy with purpose and precision. From forensic audits and judicial reforms to STEAM-driven learning and inclusive development, each initiative reflects a nation determined to uplift its people and secure its future. Strategic investments in energy, transport, tourism, and financial innovation are unlocking new frontiers of opportunity, while strengthened defense, diplomacy, and social protection ensure peace and dignity for all. This is more than just policy. It is a promise that every road built, every school opened, every law reformed, and every child empowered is a step toward a Botswana where integrity is our foundation, innovation is our compass, and prosperity is shared. Ours is a steady path, taken one step at a time. Kwame Nkrumah's wisdom echoes across the decades. Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah says to us, the forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart. Our unity, our cherished Buthu, our spirit of community and shared destiny remain our greatest national resource. They are more valuable than mineral wealth, more enduring than any commodity price cycle. It is this unity that will see us through the present challenges toward the prosperous future we all seek. We spent the last 12 months fully diagnosing the problems that have held us back: corruption, inefficiency, economic stagnation, and the erosion of public confidence. We now know where the weaknesses lie, and we have built the tools to address them. The next 12 months are about delivering more results, spectacular results. We will measure progress, not by intentions, but by outcomes, by homes built, by jobs created, youth employed, farms revived, and systems reformed. Finally, I want to encourage you, let us stay united, fellow citizens, and continue to build together. The Botswana we not only want, but the one we know we can build. As I said in my inaugural address, I believe in Botswana. I believe in you, Botswana. And I know that together, you and I and your government will deliver a country like no other on the African continent. As they say in Setswana, ke a leboga. In Kalanga, ndaboka. In my mother tongue, ndiyanibulela zihlobo zami. Makube njalo, makube hele, kube xhose. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Order. Mr. President. You are to remain standing until the Speaker is back on his seat. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I know as the clock was drawing towards 6 o'clock, I heard some murmurs of doubt in terms of whether we are following our orders of rules and procedure. And I wish to draw your attention to Order 26.1 and Order read with 53.3. Honorable members. Honorable members, I'm happy to report that this Honorable Assembly has this day attended the official opening of the first meeting of the second session of the 13th Parliament, and that the President, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, was pleased to deliver the State of the Nation address. And for greater accuracy, I have obtained copies of his address for immediate distribution to all honorable members and our invited guests. Honorable members and invited guests, you will, after adjournment, be invited for refreshments in the Parliament garden. But I wish to make this announcement from the clerk, Dr. Malebang, that there will be a Business Advisory Committee meeting tomorrow at 8 in the Speaker's boardroom. This will be followed by a General Assembly at 10 o'clock in the chamber. Okay. Honourable members, we have come to the conclusion of the business on today's order paper. And I will now call upon the Leader of the House, Minister for State President, Honorable Mweti Siza Muhasa, to move a motion of adjournment. Honourable Minister.
Ke a leboga motsamaisi dipuisano tsa Palamente ke tsa gore morago ga go amogela pego e monate e tisang pelo ka tautona wa lehatshe le re Duma Boko go maleba gore ntu motsatsi la gompieno dipuisano di ya bokhutong. Ke a leboga.
Aretsaneng batotegi. Order, Honorable Lucas. Sutiso ka Honorable Muhasa ke gore ka tiro ya letsatsi wetse a dipuisano tsa rona di eme gone ha re be ra go ikhutsa. Aretsane batotegi. Sutiso ka Honorable Muhasa ke gore ka tiro ya rona ya letsatsi wetse a dipuisano tsa rona di eme gone ha re be ra go itapolosa. Ba ba dumalana le tshutiso e ba bua ka lentswe le le go godimo ba re ba ba sa dumalane le tshutiso e ba bua ka lentswe le le go godimo ba re nya ba ba reng ba bantsi a re go ikhutsa a re laela le batotegi.